So, wunderschönen guten Abend, ihr Lieben. Wir wollen weitermalen. Hier mit unserem doch recht detailreichen Bild. Ich würde bei Pixie weitermachen. Erstmal noch den braunen und den Ockeranteil, den wir hier grundiert haben. Dann wäre er rein theoretisch so weit fertig, dass wir zum Schluss nur noch die Metallic-Farben nutzen müssen. Von daher, ja, machen wir erstmal bei ihm weiter und dann können wir mit den oberen beiden Charakteren weitermachen. Und wir fangen auf jeden Fall heute erstmal mit Buntstiften an. Ja, ansonsten muss ich mal gleich mal nach gucken, welche genauen Farbtöne wir nehmen. Aber ja. So, welcome guys. Of course we want to work on our page here. And I would like to start with Pixie, with the brown and ochre parts. Then he would be done, except of course for the areas that will get some metallic colors in the end. So we will look what shades of brown and ochre we will be using. I write it down so that I don't forget, because sometimes I oversee some areas, then we have to redo them if I don't know which pencils I've used for that. It's always hard for me. And also sometimes I get asked which color combinations I did use for something, and when people ask me like 2 years later, I honestly couldn't remember, and therefore I all write it down. I didn't do this in the beginning, so I started this journal 23, and you can hopefully see a little bit that in the first years I didn't use so much space, but the last year, for example, I did use a lot of space up in the journal because I wrote everything down. I started in 24 writing down stuff, but I have done this on post-its, often kept it in the coloring books, or started to basically put it in here, but it was because I really didn't write it down very nicely. So if when they put in like 20 post-its, it wasn't really easy to look at. So yeah, I started from the back, basically, writing all these notes down. And I'm honestly not quite sure if I... Yeah, I already did start writing it down, what I did use exactly in 24 in this. It was September. In September I started doing that, and I do it since then. And I think it's much easier that way, because therefore I easily can tell someone, and because of the videos are being marked with the date, I know when I have to look up in my journal, because sometimes I try to remember to put a date on the pages, if the pages are basically if you can do it with the pages easily. Like a page like that, I don't like putting a date somewhere in, because there's basically not a great area for doing that. If it is a coloring book that is single-sided, you could basically put it in the back. But even this is a single-sided, we still have some artwork, cute little chibi artwork on the other side. So would I write the date down here? I would be confused if I color this and write the date down here. So some coloring books have these overviews in the beginning like this. That's awesome for writing down dates, but the biggest problem for me is that I forget it all the time. So I'm really bad with writing it down in the books. So luckily the videos are marked with a date. So otherwise, with all the pages, it would be really hard to look it up, where basically I have to search for the information. Ja, also, damit ich das alles jetzt auch noch mal kurz in Deutsch sage. Ich habe ja irgendwann angefangen, die Sachen niederzuschreiben, erstmal nur, um bei größeren Bildern mir merken zu können, welche Farbkombis ich genommen habe, weil ich halt öfters mal einfach kleinere Ecken vergesse. Jetzt hier nicht, aber manchmal ist es so, dass, keine Ahnung, weiter unten merkst du dann, oh, das gehört auch noch da dazu. Und jetzt zum Beispiel hier mit diesem Manteldingens, ne? Das weht von hier oben von der Schulter in die Richtung, aber es geht auch ein Stückchen hier runter. Und das ist sowas, was ich gerne mal übersehe, und dann später stelle ich fest, okay, da ist ja noch was. Und wenn ich dann nicht mehr weiß, welche Stifte ich dafür genommen habe, dann ist es die absolute Katastrophe. Wie ich angefangen habe, mir das aufzuschreiben, ich hatte es ja eben gezeigt, da habe ich halt im Echt nur aufgeschrieben, das Buch, welche Seite und welche Produkte ich genommen habe. Erst so Mitte 24 habe ich dann angefangen, mir wirklich diese Post-its, die ich aufschreibe, sozusagen aufzuheben. Ne, die habe ich entweder im Malbuch gelassen, wenn es einseitig war und ich es einfach auf die andere Seite habe kleben können, oder aber ich habe es halt hier reingekleistert. Das Problem war dann nur, dann hingen da irgendwie gefühlt 20 Post-its auf einem Ding und dann konntest du gar nichts mehr lesen. War nicht so wirklich geil. Deswegen habe ich dann irgendwann angefangen, die von hinten in einem Heft reinzuschreiben. Also in das Notizbuch, was ich habe. Und habe auch angefangen, die hier aus den Malbüchern, die ich bisher gefunden habe, quasi rauszuholen. Einfach aus dem Grund heraus, es ist halt immer blöd, wenn da irgendwie mehrere Post-its drin kleben. Weil bist du auf der nächsten Seite oder 2 Seiten weiter, hast du das Problem, wenn du dann mit Unstiften arbeitest, hast du die Linien von den Post-its, siehst du halt einfach. Ne? Und jedes Mal rein und rausnehmen kannst du ja auch nicht, weil sonst kleben sie irgendwann mal nicht mehr. Das ist irgendwie blöd. Ich habe dann halt, wie gesagt, irgendwann angefangen, das wirklich direkt dann, also ich schreibe es mir immer noch erst auf ein Post-it, weil ich ja nicht weiß, wann die Seite fertig ist. Und ich das ja logischerweise ein bisschen monatsmäßig sortiere hier im Notizbuch. Aber ich übertrage es dann halt in mein Notizbuch, wenn es dann fertig ist. Ich meine, ich habe so viele Berge an Post-its und viele von denen kleben eh schon nicht mehr richtig, weil sie schon so alt sind. Das ist also definitiv mal, wenigstens werden sie mal genutzt. Und ja, ich habe jetzt auch neulich tatsächlich festgestellt, dass, wenn ich jetzt gucke, ich habe immer eins mit den Statistiken, eine Seite, das habe ich auch irgendwann, ich glaube 25 angefangen, ne, wo ich dann dran stehen habe, wie viele unangefangene Bücher ich habe, also ne, in denen ich noch gar keine Seite drin habe, wie viele Seiten ich im Monat gemacht habe, wie viele WIPs habe ich, also Work in Progress, wie viele Bücher habe ich, in denen ich überhaupt schon eine Seite gemacht habe, und ich habe noch als extra, gilt bei mir diese Aquapacks, ich nenne die immer Aquapacks von Aquarell, ne, die quasi kein wirkliches Malbuch sind, sondern halt eher so Ausmalseiten, die halt direkt auf entsprechendes Papier gedruckt sind. und so weiter. Und dann habe ich halt eine Überblicksseite mir irgendwann mal angefangen, dann noch, das kam später dazu, weil es einfacher ist, im Kurzübersicht zu sehen, welche Seiten hast du überhaupt in dem Monat gemacht. Und ja, ich habe jetzt festgestellt, ich habe noch hier eine Doppelseite und noch eine. So 3 Seiten sind noch frei. Und dann ist das Notizbuch voll. Und dann muss ich ein neues anfangen. Nicht, dass ich nicht genug Notizbücher hätte. Aber ja, es wird dann ganz interessant, weil das nächste Notizbuch, das ich habe, hat schwarzes Papier. Das heißt, ich muss ich schätze, ich werde Gelstifte nehmen. Ich habe einen Haufen Gelstifte, alte Gelstifte, die glücklicherweise noch funktionieren, die ich aber so selten nutze. Und das funktioniert, also bestimmte Farben, ne, Metallic-Farben zum Beispiel oder irgendwelche, die sehr opaque sind, funktionieren ja auf so einem dunklen Papier ganz gut. Von daher, schauen wir mal. Wunderschönen guten Abend, lieber Red Orc, wie geht's dir? Wie war dein Tag heute so? So, ich schau mal. Hier nebenbei schon mal. Das wollte ich gerne ein bisschen dunkler machen und das hatte ich ja schon in Ockerfarben grundiert, dementsprechend logischerweise auch ein bisschen heller. Mal gerade gucken, was nehmen wir denn? Irgendwas, was relativ dunkel ist, so als unsere dunkelste Farbe. Dann was ein bisschen heller wird. Ein bisschen was helleres, wie hier irgendwie sowas hier. Und dann für die ganz hellen Ecken noch irgendein dunklerer Ockerton, hätte ich jetzt gesagt. Beim Ocker fangen wir natürlich auch dunkler an. Das Wichtigste ist immer, dass man jetzt nicht sagt, ah, ich nehme den Ton und dann da oben irgendwie noch einen ganz hellen, wenn die zu nah beieinander sind, dann sieht es nachher wieder nur aus, als hätte da die Fläche mit einem einzigen Stift ausgemalt. Das heißt, lieber ein bisschen zu dunkel starten. Also wenn wir einen Ockerton nehmen und dann das hier und dann noch ein dunkler vielleicht. 60. Probieren wir das mal aus. Kreislauf im Eimer. Ja, da habe ich glücklicherweise echt gar kein Problem. Aber da bist du, glaube ich, echt nicht allein. Ich glaube, da haben momentan wahnsinnig viele Leute Probleme. Kreislauftechnisch das Wichtigste ist trinken, trinken, trinken. Ich weiß nicht, wie viel trinkst du so? Bist du jemand, der kein Problem hat, bei dem Wetter mal mindestens 3 Liter zu kommen? Oder bist du jemand, der da echt Probleme mit hat? Ich habe das, glaube ich, schon in der Vergangenheit schon öfters gesagt gehabt. Aber die Marke zum Beispiel, ich mag die sehr gerne. Ich kann die auch sehr empfehlen. Ich habe sowohl die Wachs- als auch die ölbasierten. Die sind super günstig und wirklich, wirklich gut. Also sehr auch gut für Leute mit kleinen Geldbeuteln. Da kriegt man schon die kleinen Sets für wirklich wenig Geld. Aber das Problem bei denen, was ich habe, also der größte Mangelpunkt, den ich habe, ist, dass die nur ein Nummersystem haben. Ich hasse es, wenn Stifte nur durchnummeriert sind, weil das Problem ist, dass das viel schwieriger, mir persönlich zumindest, ins Auge fällt, wenn ich in meinem Mäppchen nach den entsprechenden Nummern suche. Ich finde, Namen springen einem einfach viel einfacher ins Auge. Das finde ich immer ein bisschen problematisch, aber gut. Ich muss sagen, von all den Marken, die ich über die Jahre jetzt durchprobiert habe, die von Brute Fune und die von Kalur. Die Kalur sind ein bisschen teurer, sind aber immer noch in einem super günstig und sag ich mal, auch für kleinen Geldbeutel geeigneten Range. Ja, das sind beides Budget-Brands. Der Nachteil ist natürlich immer, man kann keine Stifte einzeln nachkaufen. Wenn man sich aber ein groß genuges Set kauft, hat man den Vorteil, dass man immer ein paar Stifte hat, die ähnlich sind und dann halt einfach, wenn einer leer ist, auf den anderen umsteigen kann. Ne? Beide Marken haben Sets bis hin zu 520 Stifte-Sets, also wirklich groß. Der Vorteil, sag ich mal, den ich bei den Kalur, finde ich, halt habe, für mich persönlich, als jemand, der mit den Nummern nicht so gut klarkommt, ist, dass die Namen haben. Das Lustige ist, dass die wachsbasierten von Brute Fune, die haben auch Namen, aber die ölbasierten nicht. Wohingegen die ölbasierten von Kalur halt auch Namen haben. Das ist halt definitiv für mich persönlich ein Vorteil. Mögen tue ich sie beide. Ich habe immer persönlich das Gefühl, dass die von Kalur, die ich habe, ein kleines bisschen weicher sind. Die ölbasierten. Aber das kann jetzt auch entweder Einbildung oder einfach nur ein Hauch sein. Das Ding ist, ich habe da so viele unterschiedliche Meinungen über die Jahre gehört. Die einen mögen das mehr, die anderen das mehr. Also ich persönlich sage, ich finde beide super, sind beide super preiswert. Das Preis-Leistungs-Verhältnis ist umwerfend und ich denke immer, man muss halt einfach gucken, was man gerade, wenn man jetzt wirklich sagt, man möchte jetzt ein Set haben, was gerade bei einem, da wo man wohnt, ja, nicht jeder, der Deutsch spricht, wohnt in Deutschland, ne? Andere Länder, andere Voraussetzungen. Deutsch sprechende Menschen wohnen zum Teil auch im Ausland und gucken zu, deswegen sage ich das jetzt so, am einfachsten und günstigsten kriegen kann zu dem Zeitpunkt, wo man was kaufen möchte, weil manchmal ist ja auch das ein oder andere Set im Angebot oder so. Ich denke, man kann mit beiden nichts falsch machen. Das ist meine persönliche Meinung. Ich nutze jetzt beide Marken seit 4 Jahren und finde sie beide immer noch genauso gut wie an dem ersten Tag, wie ich sie benutzt habe. Also wie gesagt, sind beide wirklich gut. So I just said I'm using at the moment for this page the oil-based colored pencils from Brute Fune. My big negative point is the number system they're having. I always struggle with finding the right pencils when all of them are just numbered. I think with names it's so much easier. I mean, the brands that use these names normally also have a number, but yeah, because basically that looks with when you're looking at it and you can't read the number, all of them look the same. If you have like names on it. Then you have names that are short, and then you have your names that are long, and depending on that, you can easily spot, for example, if you're searching for a color that's just called blue or pink, you can very easily spot that in between names like seawater blue or something like that, because the names are so much longer, stuff like that. Or they are just letters or names that pop a lot easier into your head. So that's my personal big negative point on this brand. My two favorite budget brands I have used over the last 4 years. I have tried a lot of them in the beginning because I was starting out with colored pencils. I didn't have the clue which ones are good from the budget brands. The Brut Funer and the Kalur are my personal favorites. I personally like the wax-based as well as the oil-based. Both of them from both brands are good. They are very affordable. You can get small sets for a very low amount of money and get a really, really awesome quality for that. I mean, they are of course still a budget brand, but they are really, really good. I think especially with colored pencils, the gap between budget brands and professional artist brands has gotten smaller over the years than with other art medias, for example. I often use Brut Funers and the Kalur brand. I like both of them. What for me personally is a big plus for the Kalur brand is that they have names on them. The funny thing is the wax-based colored pencils I have from Brut Funer have names. The pastel sets, I have a small with I think 12 or so, have names, but the normal oil-based don't have the names. And with the Kalur brand, I have names on all of them, and that makes it a lot easier. I always feel like my oil-based Kalur colored pencils are a bit softer than my Brut Funers, but it's really just a very, very, very little amount. So if someone would ask me which of the brands I would recommend to buy, I would say you can't do wrong with either of them, and I would depend the decision on what to buy on what is most easily and most affordable to get at the place you're living at. Because depending on where you live, even with internet shopping, the prices can vary a lot. Especially also, of course, take into consideration if some of them are on sale on any kind of platform, because that really can make a big difference. So yeah, I love both. Have used both of them for the last 4 years, and I still love them both. Seht ihr, obwohl ich jetzt so viele Farben genommen habe, die so weit auseinander sind. Ja, also wir haben gehabt hier das super dunkle, dann eins, das viel heller ist, dann noch was, das viel heller ist und noch was, was hier so hell ist. Und trotzdem sieht es jetzt schon fast wieder wie Einheitsbrei aus. So that's what I mean with sometimes I still are at the point that I chose the colors not good enough, and that it basically looks now like I've colored it with one color. A little bit lighter here, but yeah, even if I've used a super dark brown, lighter one, that one that is even lighter, and ochre color. So still, it's not good enough. And if you choose the colors too close to each other, you will end with something like that. And I always angry at myself afterwards. gefällt mir irgendwie alles noch nicht so gut. Rot ist immer, finde ich, ein bisschen schwieriger. Gehen wir vielleicht doch ins Orange über. So what I said is basically red I always find a little bit more difficult because I have a lot of reds in this set, but most of them are super close to each other. It's really hard to get a nice gradient with all the red colors. What is a big plus is that we have a lot of very dark red colors. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 1 down here. So basically 6, that's a lot. Most set in this size or a little bit smaller have, if you are lucky, 1 in them. So that's really, really awesome because that's basically one of the most used red shades I'm using, because whenever you are doing something red, you need something dark and you need a dark red. And often I use the dark reds also for when I'm using pink, because there's basically no dark pink like that. So it's a color that I'm using a lot, and I'm really happy that I have multiples in this set. Also Dunkelrot ist meistens echt Mangelware in Sets, deswegen wir haben hier 6 Stück drin. Das ist schon richtig gut, weil oft ist halt so, dass du nicht wirklich was drin hast, was diesbezüglich gut passend ist, sage ich jetzt mal. Wenn du Glück hast, hast du ein dunkles Rot drin. Manche Sets haben halt gar keins drin. Das ist dann immer ganz besonders blöd. In dem Sinne jetzt, was hatte ich gesagt, 6 Stück drin. Das ist schon sehr viel. Braucht man noch ein neueres Stück Papier, wo ich das nochmal ein bisschen vernünftiger testen kann. Aber das müsste mit der dunkleren Variante auch gehen. Das Ding ist, hier ist es mit den Orangetönen tatsächlich ein bisschen Mangelware. Die sind zwar relativ nah beieinander, aber der ist ein bisschen heller. Das heißt, wenn ich den benutze, nutze ich in der Regel eher den dazu und ein Gelb. Den Mittelton nutze ich nicht so oft, deswegen versuche ich, wenn das jetzt machbar ist, eher den zu nutzen. Was aber auch meiner Erfahrung nach jedes Set, egal wie gut es ist, ob das jetzt ein Billigset ist oder ein super teures Künstlerset, in irgendeiner Ecke Farben gibt es immer irgendwie eine Mangelware. Es gibt Sets, die haben halt dieses Dunkelrot-Problem. Dann hast du Sets, die haben, wie jetzt hier, sag ich mal, zu wenig Orange oder vielleicht nicht genug Gelbtöne oder nicht genug dunkelblau zum Beispiel oder dunkelgrün. Also diese dunkleren Farbtöne sind oft leider ein Problem, was halt auch ein bisschen so daran liegt, dass prinzipiell, was Pigmente angeht, halt schwierig ist mit diesen dunkleren Farbtönen, weil da die Auswahl nicht ganz so groß ist. Klar kannst du ein bisschen Schwarz dazu mischen, aber ich weiß nicht, wie es bei Buntstiften ist. Bei Aquarell ist halt dann immer das Problem, wenn du ein echtes Dunkelrot hast, das sieht halt anders aus, als wenn du ein Rot mit einem Schwarz mischst. Du siehst halt dieses mit Schwarz gemischt raus. Ne? Und das nimmt halt ein bisschen die Leuchtkraft von dem Rotton auch. Die leuchten nie so intensiv wie ein echtes dunkelrotes Pigment. Hi, and yeah, that's basically a coloring book only with images from Journey to the West. So all of them are with characters that you find in the book. No, it's Sun Wukong. So Journey to the West, that's a coloring book dedicated to the famous Chinese book, and all of the characters are here from the book. So yeah, I'm doing adult coloring on Wednesdays, and normally on Mondays I do my own art. And depending on the coloring book, I'm using different media. So I base layered it with watercolors. Now we're going over it with colored pencils. I also have coloring books or coloring pages that are printed on watercolor paper, where I only use watercolor, for example. That's my favorite, most favorite medium, watercolors. I can show my most favorite page done, or double page done with watercolors, for example. So double page spread, only used a little bit of gouache here, but yeah, completely done with watercolors, for example. And the pages that we are doing are always decided by my viewers. I do little polls for that in my Discord channel. So all pages I do in my live stream are basically decided by the viewers. Yeah, I know. I honestly never read or watched the anime or the manga, but that is something I know. Especially because I like Journey to the West. That's also why I bought the book initially. I've seen many movies or TV series that are basically the story of it or inspired of it, or yeah, definitely on my wish list is Black Myth, Wukong, the game I think that came out last year, which is basically also inspired by Journey to the West. Also, I'm a big fan of mythology from basically all cultures. Of course, I do have some favorites, but I'm super into mythology and history, and I have a lot of coloring books basically that contain either gods or goddesses or creatures from various mythology all over the world. Like with Chinese, we do have like dragons or Kirin or other awesome creatures. Of course, also stuff like mermaids and so on. And yeah, I do love my fantasy. Yes, it is. Sorry, I can't hide it completely. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm still struggling sometimes with colored pencils, like here with Pixie. I've chosen 4 different browns, and the the end result is really terrible. It basically looks like I've just used one colored pencil, but sometimes I'm doing it a lot better. Where is it? That's one of my favorites where I've worked only with colored pencils. For example, a Paladin here. It's also one we done in the live streams, and I was super happy with the leather. I think it was a basic leather coloring I've done. So yeah, sometimes it works better, and sometimes I'm still struggling, but I've started working with colored pencils only 3 years ago, so I think that's okay to not be perfect with it. Being delusional, that's a very good thing you're saying, but I think most artists, doesn't matter if professionals or hobby artists, are having the tendency that we are very hard on ourselves, basically being your worst critic person. I'm definitely someone who, in the past, I was very, very fast. That didn't matter if it was adult coloring or my own art, but yeah, I basically was like working fast, so I could finish my artwork fast and do something new, and that was something I worked very hard to change, because I was rarely satisfied with my results. Now I'm a super slow at doing my art, but at least I am a lot happier with my results most days, so I think that's a good progress. I can show you what we are working on when I'm doing my own art. We are currently working on this Spirited Away Studio Ghibli fan art of Chihiro. So I do a mix of completely my own stuff or fan arts from anime and mangas or other stuff that I'm, like games or so, for example, that I personally like. Yeah, I absolutely love Ghibli as well. I've done over the years so many Ghibli fan arts, and basically because I did run out of outlines to do in the stream, so I basically did work on creating new outlines the whole month of March and April, and let me tell you, I did so many Studio Ghibli ones, so we will definitely do a lot of Ghibli in the future, because I've done so many fan arts from various movies. We done a while ago, the first one of all of them was from Ponyo, but I still have I think I do have one more from Ponyo, but I'm not quite sure. But definitely Spirited Away, Kingdom of Cats. I don't know if that's the correct English title because I of course know the German titles. Spirited Away, Princess Mononoke, Howl's Moving Castle. That's one of my favorites. Arrietty. What have I done? I think I've also done The Castle in the Sky, but I'm not quite sure. Nausicaa, I did for sure. It's also one I absolutely love. I mean, I love most of them, but every person has favorites. And of course, one of my favorites, Totoro. Can't miss that one. Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely agree with you. There is never enough Studio Ghibli fan art. Yeah, I think the most important part of making art is that you are having fun with it. Even if the result isn't perfect or not satisfactory enough, if you're still having fun while doing it, that's basically the most important thing. Yeah, it's so cute. I'm such a Totoro fan that we have a lot of stuff here at home. For example, basically for in our entrance we have like for the kids little hooks for the jackets, and it's basically the hooks are on have like a metal plate that shows you some scenes from Totoro. And my mother did mobiles when before the kids were born. Each of the kids got their own, and one of them is basically, our younger one has a Totoro mobile with a big gray Totoro, but also with the smaller ones, the white ones and the lighter gray ones, and also the soot spirits, the black ones, and some mushrooms. And they both have basically knitted Totoro plushie that also my mother did make for them. And we had an absolute awesome knitted Totoro, not hat, but like a cap when the kids were very, very little. And it's basically when you did wear it, you had the eyes and the nose here, and she made the ears also on top of the cap, and they were always like standing upright, and it did look so cute. Absolutely loved it. It was super cute when they were small. No, actually I didn't. But yeah, I hope that one day I have the money to travel to Japan once, and I definitely want to go to the Ghibli museum. They also have like sometimes like the trains designed after anime or manga, and there is basically one I've seen which was made like the cat bus. That looked so cool. Yeah, yeah, nee, it's nearly correct. It's just not an U, it's an Ü with the points, but that's okay because English keyboards don't have that one normally. Yeah, that's correct. But no, I haven't. I never was there for the Japan Day. I would love to go, but far away, and also it's not so easy to do. The thing I don't know when it is, but the thing is, the states here in Germany, they all have different school holidays over the year, and German school system is super strict. You basically can't take your kids out of school for doing a day or two of traveling. They only allow for very important reasons that you can take your kids out. For example, if the mother or the father dies, or from the kids, or like a sibling or stuff like that. That's basically the sole reasons the country accepts for you to take kids out of school. And if you're doing like tell that the kids are sick and go somewhere and someone sees you, and the state realizes that you did something like that, then you are really, really on their radar for until the kids have grown up, and you will get a lot of problems as well. Yeah, of course, there are a lot of strict rules here, but a lot of them are not as strict in real life as they seem to be on the internet. Also, there is a lot of benefits that come with a lot of those rules as well. I mean, for example, we have a very strict weapon gee, sometimes I'm totally forgetting words. Sorry, I have to look that one up. And when I look it up, I did realize I do know that word. I just sometimes can't remember. Law. Gee, yeah, of course I do know the word. Very strict weapon laws here in Germany. And I don't know from where you come, but I do know that a lot of Americans, of course, don't like that per se, because the weapon culture is, of course, completely different there. But if you are looking at numbers of homicides, for example, in Germany versus the US, then you see that the numbers definitely are on our side. We have so much less homicide here. You don't have to be afraid to walk somewhere and get shot or stuff like that. And I do realize that when you are growing up in a completely different culture with different rules, and some of those rules when you hear about them or read about them, for example, that they may look scary or sound scary, or sound like you're getting your freedom cut a lot by them. But I've seen so many people, especially from the US, moving to Germany in the last years, and there are tons of videos about people from the US, especially making videos on YouTube about their life in Germany, and a lot of them, or most of them, are actually having a super positive review about that, and a lot of them stayed after coming, for example, for college or for work for a few years and never left, because yeah, we do have a lot of benefits here as well. I mean, the health system is definitely, even if it isn't perfect, there are a lot of points where I, as someone who worked in the system for a very long time would change, but still it is a lot better. You don't have to be scared to call an ambulance if you are injured or hurt or very sick, because the maximum you're paying are 10 euros. You don't have to be scared if you're in dire need of an operation, for a surgery, because it's covered by the insurance. Or even if you are not working, then the state will cover for your insurance if you are in dire need of medical care. Or as well as when you say college or university, we have maximum of a few $100 that you will pay for going to the university. Of course, you will have to pay for the dorm room or for a flat and stuff like that, but you would do anywhere. So that's not the point, but you don't have to pay thousands and tens of thousands of dollars for your education and be in debt for many years after finishing with it, stuff like that, for example. So yeah, I think there are positive and negative sides in of course most countries, and a lot of it seems maybe scary before you move there, but it's always a difference between how things are written down on a paper and how things are lived basically on everyday life. I mean, I do know, I've seen a documentary about absolute silly laws from all over the world, and there are some states in the US where you aren't allowed to walk backwards in the night, or where you aren't allowed to sleep under these drying caps you get when you are the hairdresser, for example, which is absolutely nuts. And I don't think the police walk the streets there to control if you're walking backwards in the middle of the night. The law is still there, but it isn't basically enforced. So it's a difference between what you're living and what is written down. Some have probably some historical reason. Probably the very first drying caps and with hairdressers were probably a lot unsafer than the ones we have today, and probably some hairs started to get burned or stuff like that, and that's probably the reason why the law was invented in the first case, and it's just not needed anymore. Yeah, I can definitely understand that. And honestly, if I would live in a country where university or college is so damn expensive, I would also decide to go somewhere where it is more affordable. Also, I always think going to other countries and see different cultures, if it is for holidays, when you are going to holidays over the year for many years, and getting a better understanding on a different culture, or if you are moving there to live in a country, it's always a very important and good thing to get to know different cultures. I think it will let you appreciate things more, maybe stuff that is better in your country, or getting ideas what could be better for the people there, stuff like that. Or just, yeah, basically get more open-minded in general. I think that's also very important. And I mean, Here in Germany, we have a big holiday culture, basically, because Germans like and love to travel. We do that a lot. And that's also a big plus here. Working culture. You as a worker are a lot more protected. Your boss can't fire you from one day to the next, depending on your contract. They have like 3 to 6 months. They have to fire you. That means if they fire you today, you're still having your job for 3 or 6 months. Sometimes old contracts even up to a year. So yeah, and they could tell you, of course, we don't want to have you come to work, stay at home, but they have to give you the full salary. So that is definitely a plus. Also, we have like paid leave if you're sick. And the insurance here have to pay for 1.5 years. So you can be really sick for a whole 1.5 years and get paid by the insurance. And after that, you have an additional year that will basically the working ministry pay. So you have 2.5 years of being sick and getting basically a paid sick leave. First, the insurance company will pay, and then after the work ministry will pay. Also, we have, depending on the company, 24 to 30 days is basically the standard you're starting with. I had older colleagues that had up to 50 paid holidays, so that's why we have the ability to travel that much, because we have paid holidays as well. And yeah, that's definitely a big plus here. Yeah, I try to maybe how do I say that best? Maybe to take away a little bit of the scariness by telling you how everyday life is, or how the working culture here is. So yeah, I hope that helps a little bit. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I'm happy to answer whatever I can answer. I never went to college, so I can't say that. I worked for over 20 years as a pediatric oncology nurse until I personally got too sick to work, and I'm now fully disabled and on a fully disabled pension, basically, which also is paid by the state, by the way. Of course, you can have additional private insurance, but basically, yeah, if you are too sick to work, the state will pay you disability rent. It's not, it was not done to convince you. It's more like I said, because you said some sound scary, just wanted to tell you a little bit. And like I said, if you have questions, feel free to ask. Just to take away a little bit of the scariness. I can understand that it seems scary, especially if you're coming from a country that is far away. I do know that big distance definitely is also scary, especially if you grew up without traveling a lot. I mean, most Europeans are do grow up or so with a lot of traveling because of the open borders we have here. It's very easy to travel from one country to the next. And yeah, most of us therefore grow up with traveling a lot between at least the European countries. So that's of course different. But of course, some countries, like, it's just a good example, the US is so much bigger than, for example, Germany. Of course, if you're looking at just the distance you can travel, if you go from, don't know, East Coast to West Coast, is probably like traveling through, I don't know how many countries in Europe just to get to the same distance, basically. Yeah, and I totally can understand that. I mean, that's a big decision and a big step in your life. But I hope you will make a lot of great experiences and meet a lot of awesome people and having a great college experience, learn a lot, and yeah, maybe also, because you will have holidays here as well and weekends. And like I said, it's very easy to travel in Europe. You can basically, for like a long weekend, if there's a national holiday, you can totally say, okay, I want to visit Paris over the weekend or stuff like that. It's very doable here. There is a great network of trains where you can move from Germany to multiple big cities in other countries, for example, in a few hours. So I hope you will have fun experiencing different cultures, because you are very able to do so here. Yes, I can understand it, especially if you never traveled, that it is scary. I mean, it would be probably less scary if you just go for a holiday trip somewhere else, but basically the first travel you're doing, moving to a completely different country, is of course a super big step. But I hope in the end you will come to the conclusion or have the experience that it was a lot scarier than it was basically what you expected, or before you're moving it was a lot scarier than what it actually was in the end. I hope you will have very good experiences with that decision. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. You can just decide, okay, let's go to the Netherlands for the weekend, or let's go to France, or to Belgium, or Switzerland, Austria, Denmark, what else? Or the other side, like Prague, for example. That's a town I never was so far, but it is on my bucket list. Would absolutely love to see Prague one day. What kind of community do you mean? Yeah, I do have a Discord server. Give me a second. You're very welcome. Feel free to ask whatever questions you have over Discord as well. Vielen lieben Dank, Seino, für den Follow. Thank you so much, Seino, for the follow. I only ever see them on Twitch. Don't see normally the people following on YouTube. Das ist immer ein bisschen blöd. Man sieht das auf Twitch, kann man das sehen. Da kriegt man das, kriegt eine E-Mail oder ich kann es im Verlauf sehen. Aber bei YouTube sieht man es ganz selten mal. A lot of colored pencils, especially if they are a little bit softer, they are leaving crumbs when you are doing a lot of pressure. I'm definitely someone who works with a lot of pressure. And the problem is if you are just swiping it away with your hands, it often leaves streaks of the color wherever you brush it through. This is basically a makeup brush. It's just a lot lighter than going over it with your hand, and if you are brushing the crumbs away, you don't have the problem with the streaks. Basically, you get the crumbs from the lead, and yeah, that's the thing that you are then basically smudging the color all over the place. And in some cases it may not be that problematic, but for example, if I get like this very deep red all over the face, for example, it would be like, yeah, the character would maybe come from a bloodbath or something like that. Just don't want to have that happen, especially with some colors that are more staining than others. The problem is some colors you can erase very easily, so even if it happens, it's not that problematic. But some colors are very staining, and it doesn't matter how good you are brushing or what eraser you're using. If you try to erase it completely, it won't happen. You always will have leftover color. And if that happens to be on an area where you, for example, afterwards go over it with a very light yellow, for example, then you will see the color. Like you having an area where you are coloring the sun in a very light yellow, and before that you smudged blue all over the place, then you're ending up with a sun that have green splotches all over it. Stuff like that. And when I started out with colored pencils 3 years ago, 23, I did start working with colored pencils. I had a lot of that problems because, like I said, I use too much pressure in most times. And then I saw other people using big makeup brushes for that reason, and that's why I started using that, and it's such a big help for that. Also, basically the digital glove I'm using is because I have, especially with watercolors, the problem that basically the fat you have on your skin comes on the paper, and on that area the watercolors won't stick to the paper. It's basically like you put cream on it and it repels water and color, and therefore it's awesome to work with these digital drawing gloves, because therefore the hand that is on the paper, you won't have the problem anymore. And because I have super dry skin, because I have psoriasis, I do need to cream a lot, especially my hands. And I had so much problem with watercolors, and yeah, saw other people's using it, started to do it as well, and never stopped, because yeah, that's probably one of the best little art hacks I've discovered over the years. I only know that so basically so good is because of my adult coloring journal, where I write down the year, the month, and what pages I did, what materials I used, and when I used colored pencils, I also write down all the brand and all the combinations I've used, because I get asked that by people, oh, what color combinations did you use? And if people comment under a video that I made like 2 years ago, I can't remember. I'm super forgetful, and you could ask me probably next week and I couldn't tell you the exact combination I've used, so I need to write it down. And also people ask me, oh, what materials did you use, what brands of colored pencils, or what brands of watercolors, for example. And yeah, therefore that's the only reason I can can tell you for sure I started in spring 23 with working with colored pencils. Yeah, so cute. But sadly, I only have 3 pages left now, so it's nearly completely full. But I have already have a new little notebook which I will be using when the last 3 pages are full. The next one does have black paper, which will be a little bit harder to write stuff down because not every pen will work with that. But it is one that had also empty pages, and that was basically the first one. I started out with like washi tapes and stuff like that to make it a little bit look nicer. And yeah, over the years I have done that with a lot of notebooks, also not only with washi tape but also with stickers and stuff. I do play TTRPGs and basically have a notebook for every character I play, because I play in various groups, and yeah, like to make either buy for that notebooks that already have like beautiful illustrated pages, or to illustrate them myself to make them look a little bit more individual and nicer, not so boring. Yeah, to this, what you just wrote with the not buy expensive art materials and to rely on skill rather than expensive stuff. Definitely you can do that. I always say the material doesn't make you a better artist. The material only makes it easier for you. And I work with watercolors for now 30 years. I have a lot of experience, and I've worked with materials from super cheap watercolors to very expensive artist grade watercolors. I have a super big watercolor collection, and yeah, the thing that I say always is that more expensive stuff, or better said, not every high-end quality is more expensive. That's basically not true. But higher graded art materials are, most cases, just makes it easier. I always describe it as something like really bad art materials are a little bit yeah, holding you down, whereas very good art materials help you move a lot easier. There are limitations on bad art materials. I don't know for every art material, because I don't work, for example, with oil colors or with acrylics, mostly watercolors and colored pencils. But for example, with watercolors, we have the difference of dye-based watercolors or pigment-based watercolors. And there are things that dye-based watercolors will never be able to do. Doesn't matter how good you are. For example, we have granulating pigments that do make effects that you can't imitate with dye-based because you don't have the granulation. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know if you are if you are using watercolors, but that's basically granulation. And these effects you can't create with dye-based watercolors because dye-based just can't do that. Granulation is basically the end result of the pigment particles are having different sizes and therefore moving on a different speed over the water and the paper. So you have the thicker, bigger ones that basically clump together and basically staying more in one place, whereas the lighter are moving more freely and wider. And for example, dye-based watercolors, they all have the same size, so you can't create that. Also, there are techniques that I never could accomplish with those super cheap dye-based watercolors, for example. So there are limitations, but in most cases, those are minor points. I have seen people do basically the same artwork with cheap watercolors and with high-end watercolors, and the end result looked very similar. Of course, you won't get the exact same color shades because each brand has a little bit of a different shade, for example. The biggest difference is what you are getting with most art materials is light fastness. Light fastness is basically how long your artwork will last if you hang it on the wall and it is exposed to light. If you're using art materials that are pigment based, then depending on the pigment, you can hang it on the wall and end up with having a white paper in some months or years when the pigments are very bad with their light fastness, or you could hang it up on the wall and it would look like you've painted it freshly for the next 100 years. For example, with dye-based art materials, you will always end up with a white paper. Dye is never light fast, sadly. And the biggest problem is that not even if you keep it in the if you would keep it in a folder or in a closet or in a drawer where it's never exposed to light, basically, or only when you just take it out for a few moments and put it back again. The thing is, a lot of dyes also fade when they're exposed to oxygen. And I mean, it's very, very hard to get your artwork somewhere where it isn't exposed to oxygen. So that's why I always recommend at least looking that you are buying something that is not dye-based, because it's very, very bad with the light fastness. I mean, if you are working, for example, in a field like design, where you just need a drawing that is for the moment and then can go to the trash bin, basically, that's why alcohol markers were invented. They are all dye-based. They are never light fast. I do love alcohol markers. I've worked with Copics for many years. It's a fun material, but sadly it is never light fast. That's a big problem. If you, for example, want to hang your art on the wall or gift it to someone to hang it on the wall or to sell it. Yeah, that's so light fastness basically is the cheaper the material you are buying, in most cases, not in all, but in most cases, that the worse the light fastness is getting. But for example, with best example I do have in kinds of number, and that nowadays good art materials doesn't have to be super expensive, is, and with watercolors, for example, is the Ukrainian company Rosa Gallery. They do make awesome watercolors. I do love their artists create watercolors a lot. And for example, a set of 21 full pan watercolors. Full pans from their brand have two milliliters of color in them. Costs around, I think, 38 euros. Whereas, for example, the student grade watercolors from the Cotman brand with 18 half pens, so just 1.5 milliliters and less colors, so 18 versus 21, costs around 45 euros. And if I buy super cheap, not very good watercolors nowadays, I often also pay around 30 euros for a set. So if I have basically a similar price to every grade I can buy, then there is, for me personally, it's not a question if I pay the same price or even less for the artist grade than, for example, for the student grade. There's no reason why I would buy the lower grade when I can buy the better grade, get more colors, more color in milliliter, and a higher quality for like 10 to 15 euros less. Why should I buy something that is lower in quality? Oh, congratulations for completing your first sketchbook. I personally, I can't remember if I ever had a sketchbook I completely finished with doing really sketching, because I use basically the watercolor sketchbooks I do have for doing complete artworks in them. And I'm not someone who does sketching nur for just sketching and not do the sketch and then do outlines over it and do an artwork. I have absolutely respect for people that can do this, and I think sketching is such an important technique basically to get better. It's just yeah, I'm really bad at doing just sketches and doing not complete artwork with it. It's just my my brain won't let me leave stuff like that unfinished. Yeah, I'm 41, so I definitely passed my 20s. Yeah, sorry. Just remind me that I forget the coloring. I'm not mad or so. I'm just I'm very passionate about art and art materials, and sometimes I'm just forgetting that I should do also some coloring while talking. So feel free to just remind me whenever I forget to do some coloring. Yeah, it's I mean, I always loved doing art, and I got gifted by my parents my very first watercolor set when I was 10, and I've never stopped using watercolors ever since. I absolutely fell in love with them, and it's to this day my favorite art material. But especially when I got chronicle sick, art even got more important for me, because I have a lot of days where I'm on bed rest and I can't sit, can't stand, and reading and doing art is just so important for me to not get completely nuts, basically. It's very, very important for my mental health. And yeah, it's I always say it's basically my soul food. Reading and doing art is my soul food. and yeah, helps me to stay sane as well. And depending on how well I'm feeling, sometimes I can do, for example, adult coloring or sketching while I'm laying down on the couch, because I'm not able to sit, but sometimes I feel well enough that I can at least do some art while laying down. If it gets even worse, then hopefully I can at least do reading or listen to an audiobook. But yeah, I do have also some days where I can't do anything, and sometimes it's the whole day, and that's the worst for me personally. If I do have like days where I'm at least be able to like draw for 1 or 2 hours in the late evenings, then that are days that don't feel completely wasted, even if I did nothing but resting in my bed in the dark for most of the day. So yeah, art became super important for me over the years because of that. And yeah, I do have a lot of time now, especially if I'm in so much pain that I can't sit and can't do anything. That's when I started reading a lot about, for example, pigments. I totally got into pigments and pigment history, and yeah, I've gotten a total pigment nerd over the years. But also, I always say, especially if you're working with materials, I mean, with colored pencils, you never know what the brands are putting into, even with the high-end, super most expensive artist grade colors. They are not informing you what's inside. But with all the other art materials like acrylic or watercolor, squash, oil colors, you're getting the information which pigments are in your color. And I made the experience that it did make me a better artist to know something about it. I mean, you don't have to get that well informed that I did get over the years, but I always think knowing a little bit about it is super helpful, because some pigments have special gosh, missing the word again. Give me a second. Features that is special to them, and not is not something that you find in all pigments. And it's good to know that, because it can have an impact on your art. For example, is in watercolors, is the pigment a granulating pigment or not? Because you did see how different it can look. Or is the color staining, or is it not? How well is the light fastness? I've done a few commissions over the years, paid commissions for people, from doing whole watercolor artworks, where I do know when I do a commission like that, I only work with pigments that are good and very good with light fastness, so have at least 50 to 100 years without fading. I think that's very important, because I don't want the client to end up with an artwork that have a white spot after a few years or a few months. So knowing something like that is, I think, very important if you sell original artworks, for example. Yeah, stuff like that. And getting to know special features about the pigments also gives you the opportunity to work differently with the color, and therefore yeah, changing your how you are working. And yeah, like I said, it definitely did a big impact on my art journey. Or the how your love for art did come through, I can totally understand. It's as someone with a very big imagination, bringing the fantasy or the things in your head on paper, bringing it to life like that, it's super satisfying and absolutely joy to do. So I can totally understand that one. Yeah, sorry for that. No, I'm totally fine with it. I'm not someone who is super insecure that I'm now in my 40s. I do feel very old sometimes, especially when talking to younger people that are super young, and you see the difference from the generations, but it doesn't mean anything negative. I absolutely am totally fine with talking about or getting asked about it, so absolutely no problem. Don't feel bad, please. Yeah, that's I haven't done super much of them, but it is a joy to do commissions. Especially I did 2 commissions for people that basically asked me to do designs for their tattoos. So there are 2 people on this planet walking around with my artwork on their body permanently, and that was something that was super special. And yeah, I'm super grateful for that experience, because I think that's it's something that someone commissions your art and hangs it in their room, but it's something completely different if someone decides that your art is good enough to permanently add it on their skin. That feels, as for me at least, it feels super special. And yeah, to know that there are people outside in this world walking around with my art on their body is so cool. Yeah, it definitely is. I always think doesn't matter the age, you're never too old to learn. And it's especially if you talk with people from a different generation, doesn't matter if it's someone older or younger, there are always things that you can learn from each other. And I think it's very important, especially for someone when you are getting older, that you never get to the point where you say you are basically old enough, you can't learn from someone younger. That's yeah, basically the first step of doom, in my personal opinion, is when you are someone who says you're old enough, you know everything. You can't, or there is no need for you to learn anymore. Yeah, there you see it. I love to use the pencils when they are super long and thin, but because I use so much pressure, oftentimes the tips are breaking off. My husband always makes fun of it when I'm doing off-stream art, and he sits next to me and hears the pencils break. Oh, that's cool. I absolutely love doing underwater scenes. Love the underwater world. Fish. There are so many beautiful fishes. Sadly, Germany isn't the country for beautiful reefs and a very colorful underwater world. I mean, we do have oceans here too, but they're more cooler and not as colorful, and we don't have these kind of coral reef stuff here. Yeah, feel free. There is a special channel for sharing art. Feel free to share whenever you want to share something. We have a channel for art sharing. We have a channel for share your cooking, for example. We also have a channel where we share bad art supplies to warn other people to not buy the stuff, and just feel free to use the channels as they are meant to be used. Or I don't think it's ugly. It's very pretty. I like it. And I love colorful fishes, especially the fins with the blue and the light green. That's a color combination I personally like a lot. So do you use mostly colored pencils for your sketching, or are there other art materials you like to use for sketching? Yeah, like I said, I only started 3 years ago, so with them as well. But I think I'm now at a point where I'm not perfect, but I have gotten better, and I'm at a level where I am in most cases satisfied with what I'm doing. A lot of, for example, coloring books I haven't touched over the first 2 years because I felt not good enough with colored pencils for them, and I didn't want to ruin them. But yeah, it's a learning curve. Whenever you start with materials that you haven't used a lot, you can learn everything. Just needs time and the will to learn. Yeah, I mean, that's important to try out different art materials, so you can find the ones you are most comfortable with or making is the most fun to use for you. I honestly never worked with poster colors so far. And inks I mostly use for my what's it called, fountain pens to write. I do have some inks where I think I could use them also for doing art, but the problem with most inks again is the light fastness, because there are inks that are pigment based, but most inks aren't. So therefore I haven't done a lot with ink. I only use like acrylic inks, or yeah, that's mostly acrylics inks, or in German it's called Tusche. It's a special kind of permanent ink that is also waterproof, and the acrylic ink is also waterproof. I use them for outlining my artwork. I do have like a refillable fine liner where I can use at least some acrylic inks and some of those permanent inks that are meant to be used with those kind of pens. Not all acrylic inks or all permanent inks are you are able to use. They have written it down if you can use them. And yeah, I basically use this for my fine, as a fine liner for, in most cases. Sometimes I use pre-made fine liners as well for special colors, but in most cases I use the refillable ones. It's better for the environment because you can refill it and don't have that much trash. And also it is more expensive when you buy it first, but over the years it's cheaper. So the initial buying price is very high for these refillable ones, but over the years, if I mean, I would not buy something like that if you're just starting out with art and finding out what materials you want to use. But like someone like me, someone who is definitely someone who does art for a very long time and knows I will never stop doing art, I do know it is an investment that will be beneficial for me for a very long time, because I can, yeah, basically now I have sepia inside again. Previous to that I had caput mortuum, so it's a dark red, earthy red. And previous to that, I also had the sepia inside. And the first time I used the sepia, I used like a few droplets to fill this one from the bottle. And it was like over, I think, 1.5 years until it was completely emptied out. The caput mortuum, because I did so many artworks now, was a little bit, I think, just like a little bit under a year until I finished it. But basically those few droplets, I mean, the bottle is like 50 milliliters and I need maybe, don't know, like a milliliter to fill the whole thing. So yeah, it takes a very long time to empty out a bottle. So that's definitely something where I can say it is expensive in the beginning, but over time it will be a lot cheaper, because when I look at the cost of those and how when you are going through a lot of them, when you are looking at a time span for like 10 years, for example, then it would be a lot more expensive to just go with those full time. That's also something what I think is very important with art materials. For example, I can show you, I've bought it so many years ago, and I have only like tried it out once, decided the brand is great, I would buy the colors, and then I never used it. And I started using this set of watercolors, which are basically 1/8 pens. So there are 0.3 milliliters in it. And I started using this as my main and only watercolor set that I'm using all the time when we're doing art. In January 23. And it's now 3.5 years later. And I still have 1, 2, 3, 4 colors that are not completely emptied out. And that is because the quality of the colors that were in the set is super, super high. And even with Artist Grade, you have different qualities. This brand, Daniel Smith, like Schminke, for example, German brand, or Winsor & Newton Professional, Core, just to name a few, they are very, very good and very, very high pigmented. So, for example, I buy a pan of a color like that. I had the ultramarine blue, which is my most favorite color, and the color that normally is one of the first colors in all my sets to go empty. It took me for 0.3 milliliters nearly 2 years to completely empty it out, even if it is the most used blue that I use. For example, the set I use additional now to it, because of course with two earthy dark reddish earthy reddish colors, orange and a green, you can't do as much. So I've started to use this set additional. And 1.5 years later, and this ultramarine blue is nearly emptied out, but this is 0.3 milliliters and it is 2.5 milliliters. So it's a lot more color and it's emptied out faster. It's still artist grade and it is a good quality, but it is not as highly pigmented as this brand. And therefore, yes, the initial buying price sometimes is higher, but sometimes over time, initially more expensive art materials are cheaper over time. I mean, if I buy a color that lasts me for 10 years and a tube of watercolors that lasts me 10 years until I finish it, versus another brand where I have to rebuy the tube 4 or 5 times over the same time span, then it may be not that cheap anymore. So that's always something to keep in mind in my personal opinion. Yeah, honestly, I never used tempera as well. So that's definitely something I haven't tried. So I don't have any kind of experience with it. Doesn't mean I wouldn't try it, but I try to not buy so many new art materials, because I know myself, if I start with a new art material, I start buying a lot of stuff, and I try to limit myself a little bit, because I've started next to the watercolors over the last years with the colored pencils, and I've started with using oil pastels in my coloring books, and also with acrylic markers, and that's already a lot of stuff. So I try to not add too much to it. Doesn't mean I wouldn't like when someone else has it, and like a friend or so, and I would have the opportunity to try it. I would love to try it, but I try to not buy additional additional ones. So, Max Argentino hat gesagt, es soll was Süßes essen. Das machen wir jetzt. So, Max is said to eat some sweets, and yes, we will do that. I will eat some fudge. And I was gifted that one. And the funny thing is the brand name. Which is German, zum schleckenden Schimmel. For all of you who don't speak German, it's basically, the brand is called the Licking White Horse, which I think is super funny. Now, sadly, on YouTube, you don't have these interactive things on the Twitch channel. People can use channel points to let me do some stuff like drink something or eat some sweets, or even get hand-painted little artist trading cards or Akios if they have enough channel points. So that's stuff you sadly can't do on YouTube, which is really a bummer. Yes, it is super tasty, and those are handmade. Like I said, I was gifted them, and I do love fudge, but always the biggest problem I have with fudge in Germany is that you basically only get the one kind of fudge. This one here, like which is basically like caramel fudge, something like that, or cream fudge. And I was in the United Kingdom and in Ireland and bought handmade fudge there, and they have these wild flavors, flavored fudge. Sadly, I can't get that in Germany, but those are so delicious, and I'm so sad that I can't buy any of those here. Oh, and thank you so much for the follow as well, Max. Or Max. Don't know how you want to pronounce it. Yeah, definitely. I do love sweets. So I always say I don't smoke. I normally don't drink any alcohol, like probably there 1 or 2 times max each year that I may be drinking a little bit of alcohol, but never much. I was never drunk in my life. I never done drugs, but I do definitely have a sweet tooth. But as long as I'm not like gaining weight and weight, I think I can afford to eat a little bit of sweets. Okay, I always like to ask because I mean, some names are easier to pronounce than others, but I don't want to mispronounce it. I try at least, especially with names from different countries, to pronounce it right, even if it is not that easy. So yeah, that's why I'd like to ask when I'm unsure. yeah, thank you so much for joining, and thank you so much for a really nice talk. Have a good night, and thank you so much, and yeah, hope to see you in one of the other streams. No, um, actually, watercolors are my main medium. I just showed it earlier. That's the one I'm currently working on. Normally, I do my own art on my streams on Monday. This week we did it on Tuesday, and next week we will be doing it on Tuesday as well. So watercolor is my personal favorite medium. Like I said, normally Mondays own art. Sometimes we do fan art. Sometimes I do completely my own stuff. Thank you so much. And oh, sorry. On Wednesdays we are doing adult coloring. So that's basically a coloring book. And because the paper here is thick enough, I did base layer it with watercolors because I'd like to do watercolors whenever I have the chance to do. And then we do work over it with colored pencils. Depending on the strength of the paper or what kind of paper the coloring book contains, I use different mediums. Some books sadly have very thin paper, so you can only work with like dry mediums, like colored pencils or pastel chalk, stuff like that. Other books like this one have thicker paper where you also can use to some extent also some watercolors. I do have, where do I have it? This one, for example, we did also, yeah, we do, for all that want to join the Discord channel, all the pages I'm doing on live stream are always decided by the viewers. I do have a channel for votes in the Discord channel where the pages are being voted if what pages we want to do in the live streams. This was also one page we did on one of the live streams, and it's also basically normal paper, a thicker paper, but the background is completely done by myself. There was no outlines or so there, completely done with watercolors, for example. I did use a special medium underneath that is originally not meant for doing watercolors on it, but yeah, it works well with the watercolors. So that is something you can do as well. Or there are very rare occasions where coloring books are actually printed on watercolor paper. And I do have, of course, all of them I can get my hands on, because like I said, watercolors is my most favorite medium. And for example, this is it's a double page, but one of the pages basically that I am most proud of. We did it also in live streams, like we needed 25 streams, each around 4 to 6 hours. I'd done like on some areas on the statue like 9 layers, and as you can see, if you work correctly, you don't get any bleed through. And yeah, it's basically this big statue. The only thing which is not traditional watercolor is basically those white cloth areas. I have used gouache, which is, I mean, it's also a kind of watercolor. It's an opaque watercolor. You can't do this with normal watercolors because they're not opaque enough for that, but everything else is standard watercolor. Yeah, really love this page, or I love the book. The art is absolutely amazing, and it is awesome that it's printed on watercolor paper. We've done one a few months ago in the other book. The artist has 2 books. It was this dragon here, done like every scale, each on their own. And yeah, basically the flames and the eye glowing in the dark with the exact same colors, because I have used glow in the dark watercolors for this effect. So yeah, there are occasions like that, or you can also get, I call them aqua packs. There's no official name for it. I just call it from aquarelle, which is the French or also the German word for watercolor, where you get a set of pages basically printed on watercolor paper. And I have a big collection of those as well, because most of them I have are printed on a 100% cotton paper, which is the best you can get for watercolors. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, definitely watercolor isn't the easiest art material. And it is true that you have to learn that you will not have 100% control over it. But with enough training and experience, you're getting better and better at controlling it. And there are people that basically I've seen, I mean, I'm not that good, but I've seen people paint with watercolors so photorealistic that you don't know that it isn't a photo. It's really insane how good some people can get with watercolors. I follow, for example, a French artist that does mainly city landscapes, and they look like a photo. And it's completely done with watercolors. So yeah, for example, I have the problem here in my home. We have a super dry humidity because I live in an historical half-timbered house, and the walls are made of clay, so we have a lot of wood because of the half-timbered building style, and also the clay walls, and therefore we have this super dry humidity. And I have the problem that when I work with watercolors that are often, especially when I work on big areas, drying faster than I can work. And I had to get creative over the years how to work around that, so I don't end up with drying edges all over the place. But yeah, like I said, with enough experience, you get the experience how to work around problems like that. And then it's so much fun. I think the most problem is that with watercolors, people start with too low graded watercolors that are, even for the best artists, very hard to handle, because I always say that very good quality, it doesn't have to be expensive, but good quality products, they work with you, where the very low grade products, they often work against you, and they are not working the same than the better ones. So I have seen people try to do some techniques with low grade stuff that is no problem with the higher quality stuff, and they just didn't do it, and then people get frustrated and think that they are just not good enough and they are too stupid and will never learn it, and giving up on watercolor. And that is something I have seen so many times. And I think in most cases it's not the problem of the people and the basically that they are not good enough. It's in most cases it's really the materials that are just not good enough. Even I would struggle when I would working with those products. So yeah, that's, I think, a very big problem, especially with watercolors, because they are a lot harder to control than other materials. I mean, if you're using acrylics or oil or acrylic or alcohol markers, it's a lot easier to learn, because it's a lot easier to control. So, ihr Lieben, ich würde jetzt tatsächlich für heute Schluss machen. Wir haben ja auch schon Mitternacht und ich denke, das ist quasi spät genug für heute. Wir machen nächste Woche Mittwoch hier weiter. Der nächste Stream ist regulär am Freitag für ein bisschen Gaming. Und dann, wie gesagt, erwähne ich es nochmal, nächste Woche ist der Aquarelle-Stream am Dienstag statt am Montag. Bloß, dass ihr es nochmal gehört habt. Ich werde es sicherlich noch am Freitag auch nochmal sagen, aber es ist ja nicht immer jeder da, deswegen versuche ich das dann schon jedes Mal zu erwähnen. Ja, ich denke, wir haben trotz der vielen Reederei einen ganz guten Fortschritt gemacht. Pixie ist soweit fertig, bis auf die Metallic-Elemente für später. Wir haben den kompletten Mantel, der ja, also oder Umhängetuch, wie auch immer, ja doch ein bisschen ausladender ist. Und dann können wir nächste Woche mit dem Rest hier weitermachen und dann hier am Wasserdrachen noch arbeiten. Vielen, vielen lieben Dank, dass ihr da wart. Ich hoffe, ihr schlaft gut, habt einen wundervollen Tag morgen und wir sehen uns, wenn ihr Bock habt, am Freitag oder nächste Woche dann halt. So guys, yeah, it's midnight here, or a little bit after midnight. So I will end the stream here for today. Even with the amount of talking and me forgetting to do the coloring, I did think we did make good progress. We did the whole mantle, which is definitely a big area. We did finish off Pixie, except for the parts where we will be working over with some metallic watercolors or markers, something like that. So this character basically is completely done, except for the metallic parts, which we will do in the end. So I would say we will work on this brown area and the head and the water dragon next week on Wednesday, when we will continue working on this piece. Like I mentioned earlier, the watercolor stream will next week be on Tuesday instead of Monday. And our next stream will be regularly on Friday, where we will be doing a little bit of gaming, as always. Except for if I'm not feeling well enough for gaming because of the migraine, then we will do continue on our Friday watercolor artwork. So yeah, thank you so much for joining. Thank you for all the follows and the talking today. Have so much fun. And yeah, I hope you have a wonderful day or night, depending on your time zone. And have a good day tomorrow, and hope to see you soon in one of my other streams. Thank you so much. Bye bye, guys.